Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Sunday morning, you're watching AMS Live with me, boy. Again, Polderbaan arrivals. At the moment, Polderbaan is the only runway in use for arrivals. The wind is still blowing from the south-southwest. We just saw a Lufthansa A320neo land arriving from Munich. And this is an A321, also from a Lufthansa, arriving from Frankfurt, flight 988. 47 minutes of flight time, now touching down. 14-year-old airplane, first flight June 2009. Butt shot incoming. There you go. Now let's quickly turn around the camera because there is a 777 inbound. Arriving from Cape Town, KLM 777-300 ER. It is KLM flight 598. Current flight time 10 hours 51 minutes. It is an 8-year-old airplane, its first flight March 2015. And in the left bottom corner you can see the bird control vehicle also is present this morning. Goedemorgen Marius, goedemorgen Rowenda, the Eagle, good morning, goedemorgen. Arnoud, Steve J, Lars, Daniel, I Love Planes, Wendy, Mert and Daniel Doesn't Lift. Good morning to you all. Hope everybody is doing well. So you guys can see it is overcast. We've had rain overnight until early in the morning, so maybe we might see a little bit of spray if this triple applies reverse thrust. I think the runway is still a bit damp. Hey Christian, good morning. Peter, goedemorgen. Dave A010, good morning. Erwin, goedemorgen. I'm doing well, thank you for asking. Bit colder than it was yesterday. I'm standing in my hoodie. And I'm happy that I'm wearing it. It is a bit thicker than my vest. We have some activity in the water. Early in the morning, relatively still. Coots. And is that leftmost a duck or a grebe? That might be a duck. Now in the center. That is a coot to the left. These are all coots. A whole posse up early. The exception to the rule. Also a bird further out. Another coot by the looks of it. So maybe the coots have returned from vacation. And here is another 777. China Cargo Airlines flight 209 arriving from Shanghai. Current flight time 10 hours 28 minutes. It is a 777 freighter that is brand new according to Flight Radar, but its first flight was in December last year. So it is 7 months old or so. 7-8 months. There's the spray. the noise. This triple doesn't disappoint, that's for sure. Good morning, Ralph. Good morning, Domingo. Mid-KS, good morning. Remco, Frank, Mario, good morning. Rod, good morning to you all. Now the next airplane, slowly but surely coming this way, is a Boeing 737-700 from KLM arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Now let me also take you through the METAR, reload the ticker. So this is the weather report for the 23rd, 7:55 Zulu time, so that is 9:55 Central European time, so it is just over half an hour old already. Wind 16 knots from 190 degrees, so basically more or less from the south. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Few clouds at 900 feet. Scattered clouds at 1,200 feet. Broken clouds at 1,600 feet. The current air temperature 16 degrees Celsius. The dew point 14 degrees Celsius, so only 2 degrees difference. Relatively high humidity. QNH, the air pressure 1,004 hectopascals, and it is becoming broken clouds at 1,200 feet. So that is opening up a little bit, just. Boeing 737-700 KLM arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle with a very bright right light, or so it seems at least. KLM flight 1228. They maybe replaced it with a higher wattage than the other side, outshining the left side, or maybe it's just appearances. Short flight, 45 minutes. This airplane, 14 years old. First flight, October 2008. Well, Daniel doesn't live, don't count on departures today. This runway will probably be used for arrivals only. And speaking of arrivals, I was already a bit pissed off that, well, I was setting up back to back. We had the A340 from Suriname Airways, followed by Silkway 747. I was really pissed and thought, are we going to see any more quad jets today? But we are. I will have to clear the filters because this one does not go to Amsterdam on flight radar apparently. There we go. So Air China Cargo, Boeing 747-400. Where it is coming from, flight radar doesn't say. Where it is going to, flight radar also doesn't say, but I'm guessing it's Schiphol. Boeing 747-400 freighter, 17 years old. First flight April 2006. Mr. Shinshan, Julian, Dale, good morning. Me, myself, good morning. Just in time, folks. Excellent timing. First queen of the day. And again, a Chinese cargo carrier that didn't disappoint with the landing. That was satisfying for all senses. Hey Sander, just in time indeed. Beautiful. Hey Aniruddha, good day to you. Also just in time, hopefully. Right, now another big bird Following the 747, it is Emirates Sky Cargo Flight 9906 arriving from Dubai. This 777 freighter is underway for 6 hours and 33 minutes right now. 9-year-old airplane, first flight June 2014. Will it also be using some reversers and provide some nice spray and sound. Come on. Just pull the lever. Little bit disappointing. Lars says there's a KLM 747 expected in more than 7 hours. Well, don't count on me being here. Maybe someone else will be, but not sure exactly how long I'm going to stick around for. At least until the Emirates A380 has landed, whether it is on this runway or one of the other runways. Depending on what comes after that. We did start a little later than normally, so will depend on the offering of traffic around then. Here is Delta Airlines Flight 162. A330-300 arriving from Minneapolis. Now this airplane is underway for 7.5 hours. A330-300, 7 years old, first flight May 2016. Hey there Aaron, hey there Richard, goedemorgen. Madeira Aviation Spotting, good morning my friend, good to see you again, hope everything is well. Tina, good morning, good to see you again as well, hope you're doing fine. Sander asks, how's the weather? Well, so far it has been dry. Weather radar says maybe a few droplets around 12 o'clock, but I'm not sure of that. Did bring umbrellas for safety measures. Little bit of spray, not really going all out on those reversers. Okay, and it seems now that they have also opened the center runway. Looking at flight radar, looks like there is a Tarom A318 inbound for center. Nice butt shot of the A330. Right, the next airplane over here, Embraer 190 in the SkyTeam livery, KLM Flight 1126, arriving from Copenhagen. An hour and 9 minutes of flight time under its belt right now. 11-year-old airplane, first flight April 2012. Behind it should be a Dreamliner from KLM arriving from Cartagena. And I think it is just about appearing from out of the clouds. Pipeline visualized and also the cloud base more or less exposed. And Kicker asks, is there going to be a live stream on Tuesday? Probably, but not from me. Tuesdays and Wednesdays are the days that I have to work my day job. So unfortunately, those are still the 2 days of the week that I cannot go out and live stream. So So unfortunately, I will not be out here on that day. Well, the livery matches the weather. Camouflage color, grey on grey. What more can I say? Except butt shot coming in. Hey there, Janet, checking in from Perth. Thank you so much for tuning in. Glad you're enjoying the show. Welcome, and welcome to all other viewers who are maybe new to the channel. If you are, don't be afraid to say hi like Janet just did. Wolfgang, Morgan, checking in from Germany. Auch heute wieder viele deutsch sprechende Zuschauer dabei. Herzlich willkommen allen. Batahan says, I went to the Netherlands only one time many years ago with Delta. It was amazing. The flight of Delta or the Netherlands, or both. So this was a Dreamliner arriving from Cartagena. Ah, the Netherlands. Hey Jose, or Jose. Yo, it's RS, says hey, checking in from India. Good day to you, my friend. Welcome to the show. James Carey, good morning. Valentino, goedemorgen. Or I should say probably Valentino. Now. More air traffic is coming in. But it seems that the first couple of airplanes are directed to the center runway. I'm also looking on flight radar to see. There's also an Air Canada 777 to see what it is going to do. Hey, goedemorgen YouTube-fan, Gisela, morgen. Schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Bavaria, lovely, lovely surroundings. Good beer as well. In fact, yesterday evening I had a nice Weihenstephaner Weizen. One of the best beers there is. Although they do taste better when sitting on a terrace in the sun. It has to be said, but still. What is that 777 doing? Is it also going to the center runway? Huh. Well, I'm trying to multitask, show you the airplane, and also have a look on my phone to see what Air Canada 808 is doing. It seems like it is continuing to the center runway. Also looking around to see if maybe there is a runway inspection going on right now, if I see any vehicles with flashlights driving back and forth, but I don't see them at the moment. I do see that the lights of Polderbaan are still on. But the Air Canada triple seems to be going to the center runway as well. Interesting why that is. Hey there, Eddie. Right. Yeah, Air Canada also seems to be going to the center runway. Interesting developments. Now, quick peek at lvnl.nl. Nah, parallel landings, both runways open, at least for now. So that means we'll have to wait a little bit to see when the next airplane will be coming to this runway again. Looks like there is a Dreamliner 10 arriving from Las Vegas that is also going to the center runway. And here a very recognizable ITA Airways in the beautiful Azzurro. Well, let's see what the Delta Airlines A350 arriving from Atlanta is going to do. Hopefully not all those heavies are going to the center runway. And they reopen or they redirect all the small airplanes back to this runway. That would really bum me out. Hey Graham, good morning. Happy Sunday to you too, my friend. Evan! Bro, good to see you again. SoCal represented. How's life in Santa Monica? How's the temperature over there? Are you guys having heat waves as well, or is it still doable over there? Alright, I'm seeing the A350 making a turn already, but that still doesn't say a lot. I want to see it continue its turn. Come on. Have the A350 land on the Polderbaan. Is it continuing its turn to the south? Or is it just flying along approach to the glide slope? No, it is continuing its turn. It might be going to the Polderbaan. Sure as hell I'm hoping that it's going to be that. Hey Samantha, goedemorgen. Thomas, checking in. Thomas, I should say. Oh no, he speaks Dutch. Thomas, checking in from Brisbane. This is DKT, good morning. Checking in from Kaapstad. So people from all over the world tuning in. Welcome to you all. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever time of day it may be. Welcome to the show, hope you're enjoying. Nice to see so many people also say hi in the chat. And it looks like the A350 from Delta is coming to this runway. Finally. Jean-Yves, salut mon ami. Good to see you again. Well, while we're waiting for the A350 to appear and land on Polderbaan, this is traffic directed to the center runway. It is parallel approaches right now. Air Canada flight 808. This is arriving from Toronto, Canada. 6 hours and 31 minutes of flight time for this airplane right now. 777-200 long range. She's 16 years old. First flight was in June 2007. Hey Camille, salut. La France also represented. Hope you're doing well, mate. It seemed like the wind was calming down a little bit, but now I'm feeling a few more gusts as I'm trying to show you guys the Air Canada triple a bit smoothly. The wind is interfering somewhat, and now it is slowing down again, allowing me to follow smoothly. Such a big factor in the smoothness of following the airplanes, the wind. Now, in case you guys couldn't tell yet, here is the wind visualized. The proxy windsock being the ever smoke producing chimneys in the Westport area. I think I am starting to see some lights from the A350. In the meantime, there's still a Dreamliner 10 that we can follow that is a bit better visible at the moment. KLM flight 636 arriving from Las Vegas or Las Vegas. 9 hours and 15 minutes of flight time. It is a Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner, 3 years old, first flight November 2019. Oh. Now, unfortunately, it is already above the clouds, but you might also hear the departure of a 777 that just took off from runway 24, going back to China. Beautiful to see the curvature of the wings. This side shot nicely shows you just how high those flexed wings really are. Now let me quickly turn around to show you guys what we can see over here, and that is an A350. And after that we are going to see the lipstick plane from playtime. This is Delta Airlines flight 74, Airbus A350-900, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Its flight time at the moment 7 hours and 27 minutes. The airplane's age 6 years. Its first flight was in September of the year 2016. Hey Daniel, goedemorgen kerel. Leuk dat je er ook weer bij bent. Hey Patrick, goedemorgen. Also, Antwerp is in the house. Our southerly neighbors represented in the chat. I think just the curvature of the whole fuselage, including the wings and the wingtips, make it seem smaller and sleeker RT tube. It does look smaller than it actually is, but I think it has to do with the curvature. If you look at the A330, the 300s for instance, and you see how angled the part where the wings attach to the fuselage is, it's almost like a belly hanging below the fuselage. It immediately makes it look bigger than the A350 for instance, while it also has the same bulge, because that's where also the landing gear has to go into, but because it is more curved it looks smaller for some reason. Makes the fuselage, I think, look smaller. Now, playtime ladies and gentlemen, A320neo, the daily flight 460, arriving from Reykjavik. 2 hours and 37 minutes of flight time. Brand new airplane according to Flight Radar. Its first flight was in October last year. Hey Mol, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, my friend. And I saw your comment, Daniel. You told me you had no time yesterday. That's perfectly fine, mate. We all have busy lives. Nice bit of red. Nicely contrasting between the green and the grey. It's play. Livening up the day. Hey, hey. Take it away. Right. Parallel, what's that? Aegean A321neo, I think. It's a Playboy, indeed, Frank. Throw in the puns and the jokes, come on guys. I know we have a lot of creativity in the chat. Now, the goods have gone all ninja. I'm just seeing one or maybe two. Oh wait, they're just hiding. Never mind. Here I was thinking they've gone ninja on me. Maybe sneak up from behind. Now, overall, overcast. We had rain overnight, still a bit in the early morning. Should stay dry for the most part, rest of the day. Maybe a few droplets around 12, we'll see. I have umbrellas with me in case we get a few droplets. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the east. This is looking to the south. Now you can see I also have the place to myself, almost. Just a few people over there. Not many. And of course, finally, this is looking to the west. The wind is coming from over there. Now, doesn't look like it's going to rain anytime soon. We'll keep an eye out on the weather radar every now and then. But we should be reasonably fine. Air Malta, arriving from Malta. I think, probably. Hey Yorkshire, good morning mate. Good to see you again. Hope all is well, my friend. Nick says, first time viewing. Loving it so far. Thank you so much for your kind words. Super G checking in from Singapore. Good morning, friend. Jan Kees, goedemorgen. Let's see, Ian Meadows checking in. Herr Flieg of the Gestapo, where is von Schmolhausen? Say, give him my best. And Helga as well. Portier WGF. Good morning, Toby Spotting, good morning, checking in from Denmark. Eddie Boskasil Jr. checking in from Indonesia. Good afternoon, my friend. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well, mate. A lot of folk tuning in once again. Hey Twan, goedemorgen. Sumo Burger, good day to you. And yes, Yorks, I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. As long as it is going to stay dry, I'm going to be reasonably happy. Right. E2 Embraer 195 from Zurich landing just now. Up next, Royal Air Maroc flight 1680, arriving from Nador. Boeing 737-800, current flight time 2 hours 35 minutes, airplane age 18 years, its first flight February 2005. Ian asks, are there any KLM 747s still going? Well, there is one, I think. KLM Cargo. And officially I think it is operated by Martin Air. So it's just for cargo, and I think we only still have one, but I'm sure other people are more knowledgeable than me who can say that with a higher degree of certainty. Passenger flights with the 747 no longer take place at KLM. They stopped, I think it was in 2020, doing that. foregoing the first exit, vacating a bit later, so we won't get to see that beautiful butt shot, but plenty more airplanes expected, so we'll see. Hey there Mathieu, good morning, goedemorgen. H7 S or S says good morning from Almere. AMS Live, always streaming for you, whether or no weather. Well, that's not entirely true. I am very much rain averse, to be honest. Try to avoid it whenever possible. But whenever weather permits me, I will go out. And of course, the rest of my agenda. Now, K4. Bird control vehicle number 4, Ford Ranger, standing at the other side of the runway. Don't want to be seen slacking, so pedal to the metal, continue moving. Here's a fence. Behind this fence is a roundabout. There's also a road that leads to the roundabout. I think it is about 2 kilometers long. Now this is technically this is illegal. You're not allowed to stand still on that sign, on that road, as is the case with most roads leading to fences such as those. But you do see people spot regularly, although if the police sees you, they will fine you probably. Or maybe if they're in a good mood, first give you a warning and kindly ask you to leave. Let's go spy mode on them and enable digital zoom. See, I think I saw that dude last week or so as well. Let's not invade that person's privacy any further. Another beautiful Azzurro ITA Airways airplane arriving on center. An Air Transat A321neo is also arriving on Polderbaan, so I will turn to that in a minute. It's always nice to have a look at the beautiful Azzurro. Whether it is grey or it is sunny, it is a beautiful livery. Stands out. Let me also disable digital zoom again so that I don't accidentally zoom into far. And thank you DP2017 for a super sticker saying a hot dog with ketchup. That does sound nice, even though it is still early in the day. Would have to be a vegetarian hot dog for me then, but I still remember from before I turned vegetarian that a hot dog is very nice. Air Transat A321neo arriving from Montreal. Don't know why it has sunglasses on, the sun isn't shining, a bit overkill. Could be Ian, could be that the guy was watching. Hey Dirk, goedemorgen. Checking in from Kokzijde. Hey, and folks, you never know what I'm seeing over here, but it seems that all the water birds have returned from vacation. 2 lady ducks. Nicely swimming along over here. Just wondering if those are 2 ducks from the nest with, well, ducklings, but they were already quite grown. Or if this is just a coincidence that there are 2 lady ducks. I think the nest was also all lady ducks, but Another E2 Embraer 195 from KLM. In the meantime, about to touch down very gently. It is arriving from Edinburgh. KLM flight 1278. And this E2 Embraer is brand new. First flight last month. Nice butt shot. Spoilers down. Will we also see the flaps retract? I'm hearing a turboprop. Hey Infinity, goedemorgen. Where is... I'm looking up, I'm looking around me. It's too bad that the cloud base is so low. I'm not seeing the airplane with the turboprop, but I am hearing it. Let's go back to auto manual focus. Focus to infinity, there we go. Right. The pipe PA46 is at 12,000 feet, so that is well above the clouds. Not being able to see that. Hey, what the hell? Did I accidentally press a button that caused it to blur? It was a manual focus. Iberia Express. Arriving from Madrid, landing after an hour and 56 minutes of flight time, A320-200, 23 years old, first flight October 1999. And thank you so much, Arnoud, for gifting 5 AMS Live memberships. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it a lot, and thanks. Right. Let me quickly go back to the camera. So at the moment parallel arrivals are taking place. We'll have to wait again for the next airplane to land on the Polderbaan. In the meantime, there's another Embraer going to the center runway. Let's have a look. Hey Peppi, guten Morgen, servus. Schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Wie ist das Wetter in Tirol heute? Now, first of all, more traffic to the center runway again. Embraer 175 arriving from Hamburg. And it is an influx of airplanes coming from Germany. Behind it is an Embraer 190 arriving from Bremen. Now there's also a 737 from KLM arriving from Vienna. And we will be seeing a 737 arriving from Manchester by the looks of it. And the wind picks up and slows down every now and then. It is a bit variable, although the METAR didn't say anything about gusts. Now before the next... heute Sonne pur. Sehr schön. Und wie ist die Temperatur heute? Let me also update the weather. Particularly with the wind, it is interesting to see if anything has changed in the meantime. The last meter was from, I think, over an hour already ago. So going to flight radar, Amsterdam, meter, copy paste. Going to the ticker. Paste and font size all the same. Alright, here we go. Dilshan says hallo, hallo, schöne Grüße aus Dortmund. Grüße zurück, herzlich willkommen. Schön, dass du auch dabei bist. Temper Count, good morning. Smackaroni, good morning. 30 Grad. Heiß. Hier, wie heiß ist es hier? 17 Grad. So the latest weather report is shown in the ticker. It is from 8:55 Zulu time, so that is 10:55 Central European time. The clock is visible in the right bottom corner, so it is a weather report from 15 minutes ago. The wind 16 knots from 200 degrees. Visibility still 10 kilometers or more. Few clouds at 1200 feet. Broken clouds at 1500 feet. The temperature 17 degrees. The dew point 14 degrees. Air pressure is 1004 hectopascals and it is becoming broken at 1200 feet. Back to the camera, we can see the next airplane coming in. It is a little one, but there is a big bird coming behind it. Fixate the tripod so that it doesn't shudder so much. Thank you, Frank. I have been going to Tirol for winter sports since I was 5, 6, 7 years old or so. So more than 30 years already. Also ich habe viel mit Deutsch sprechen geübt in mein Leben bisher. Traffic to the Polderbaan is picking up again. This is KLM flight 1072 arriving from Manchester, Boeing 737-800. Short flight, 45 minutes, 15-year-old airplane, first flight April 2008. Hey Tom, goedemorgen. Heb ik dat gemist dat je er ook bij was? Apologies. Right, next up. Triple 7-300. You can tell that the wind is blowing from behind. It is causing a lot of shudder. Let me see if I can stand in front of the camera a little bit, catch the wind so that the camera doesn't get it. KLM flight 765, countdown flight number A330-300, arriving from Bonaire. Current flight time 8 hours 52 minutes. A330-300, 10 years old, first flight January 2013. Can we see the next plane behind it already? Not seeing it on my screen. The upshot of the grey weather is that there aren't so many reflections as when the sun is out, making it a bit easier to see airplanes in the distance. But there aren't a lot of airplanes to see in the distance because of the clouds. Wendy has to go. Thanks for joining, Wendy. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Hope to see you again soon. Hey Jason, checking in from South Africa. Now, next airplane is arriving from nearby. Hey, is there a droplet on the lens? Okay, just a teensy little. Has that made it better? Or did it? Think this is better, right? Hey Peter, goedemorgen. Checking in from New York on vacation. What's the weather like in New York right now? I know it can get warm over there in the summer. I'm assuming you're in the city, New York, not somewhere upstate where Kathleen lives, for instance. Pablunio G says hello from Poland, and I probably totally mispronounced your first name. Welcome nonetheless. And all other viewers who have joined in the meantime, welcome too. You're watching Arrivals at Polderbaan with me, Boy. Parallel arrivals taking place right now. The wind is blowing from the south, more or less. These airplanes are landing from the north to the south, facing mostly headwind. And this is one of the shortest flights that isn't a relocation flight. Maybe the shortest. I'm not sure if Brussels or Düsseldorf is shorter. It's either one of the two, probably. So that was 161 kilometers according to by flight radar, so that is 100 miles. Right, the next airplane is approaching. Let's also have a look at the runway usage. That has also changed, of course. Let's see. Alright, it's north-south all the way at the moment. So 24 no longer being used. 18 left and arrivals 18 right, 18 center. There we go. Hey, goedemorgen, Mol, King G, Berend, Vincent, or is it Vincent? À la France. Roland, good morning. Miss Wolves 13, good morning to you too, my friend. Welcome to all. Hope you're all doing well. It is an overcast day with wind blowing from the south over here in the Netherlands. High humidity. We might see a few droplets around 12, or at least that was what the weather radar was saying before I went out. So let me turn around the camera so you can see the next traffic coming this way. Let me also have a quick look on the weather radar. See what it is saying. Not much. A few drops. Nothing too substantial. I think we should be good. Another 737 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Now my intention is to stay at least until the A380 has landed. We started today a little later than I normally begin the morning stream, so how long I'm going to stay after the A380, it will depend on the traffic offering. If it slows down, I might wrap up. If there's still an influx of heavies, I will definitely stick around. Now, let's see. Again, not much going on. We'll have to wait a few seconds. Gives me some time to show you the arrival of this KLM B773 arriving from Bologna. There's an A320 from Austrian arriving from Vienna after it. And an B775 arriving from Bristol coming to the Bolderbaan. So this is Austrian Airlines flight 7379 A320 arriving from Vienna. Current flight time 1 hour and 27 minutes. A320-200, 23 years old. First flight February 2000. And another B775 just touched down over here. One of the many. Photo bombed by the KLM. And Guy says that it seems that there's the same weather conditions over here as in the north of Luxembourg. Hey Jackie, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Frank, wiedersehen. Fijne zondag verder. Huh. Bit of a halo, it seems. Maybe a bit more haziness. Anyway, EasyJet A319 arriving from London Gatwick. Flight time 43 minutes. Airbus A319, 14 years old, first flight January 2009. Now I'm starting to feel a few droplets. I think that might also have been the cause of the haziness. Bot shot coming in. Hey there, Swamp Fuel, good morning. It's Place, good morning. Let's see. Next up, TUI Dreamliner arriving from Bonaire. Flight 383, operated by TUI Airlines Belgium. About to touch down after 8 hours 35 minutes of flying. This Belgian registered Dreamliner 7878, 8 years old, first flight January 2015. Now you see the flex. And now you don't. myself says 777-300 ER inbound in 7 minutes. That is good news. We'll have to wait a bit for the next airplane, but we can see this German Airways Embraer 190 flying for KLM, arriving from Aalborg by the looks of it. Wind is picking up a little bit. Let me also turn around the camera. Seems that we have another droplet on the lens. Okay. This is KLM flight 1422. It is arriving from Birmingham. It is a Boeing 737-800 and now touching down after 43 minutes of flight time. 12 years old, first flight May 2011. It's a bit on and off with the wind, as you guys can tell. Sometimes it is more shuddery, and that is when the wind is picking up and is constantly blowing against the camera. At other times it is more quiet and the following becomes much more smooth. Hey there Phil, good morning. Good to see you again, my friend. Our next airplane is going to be an Embraer 190 arriving from Aberdeen. KLM flight 1442. Not seeing it visually just yet. You can see the ripples in the water. There's definitely still a bit of wind. I do see a light in the distance right now. Now can I show you as well? I think there it is. Appearing. Morning fellas. Appearing just from behind the clouds. KLM flight 1442, Embraer 190, arriving from Aberdeen. Current flight time 1 hour and 8 minutes. It is a 9-year-old airplane. First flight October 2013. Hey Rick, goedemorgen. Afrodite, good morning. Arjan, goedemorgen, good morning. Now I didn't check before going out what the expected time of arrival of the daily Emirates A388 will be today. Does anybody know, or could somebody have a look and drop a comment in the chat? It typically arrives around 1:15 p.m. Just curious if it is delayed or not today, or maybe ahead of schedule. Now, lens looks otherwise clean. That one droplet is not too much in the way. Can I even see it anymore? Maybe not. Okay. I think we already have had the first few droplets that the weather radar said they were going to fall. So if this is the worst of it, it's going to be an okay day. Now, is that a coot? I think it might be. It looks a bit different from the standard coot visible over there. This is the duck. You guys can probably tell way better than I can. And Daniel says that the Emirates is expected around 1 o'clock. Christian also. Okay, so perfect. 1.5 hours from now. And our Are they redirecting traffic again to the center runway? Boeing 737, KLM flight 1106, arrival from Stockholm. Flight time 1 hour and 42 minutes. 4-year-old airplane. Now, no. Just checking. Ah, no, 777 from Curaçao is also going to the center runway. Why are they doing that? Anyway, Embraer 190, KLM flight 1198, arriving from Stavanger. Current flight time 1 hour and 6 minutes. 9-year-old airplane. First flight was in January 2014. Alright, now I'm waiting for the appearance, and there it is, just about to emerge from the clouds. KLM 777, KLM flight 736, arriving from Curaçao. Current flight time of this 777-300ER is 8 hours and 25 minutes, and it is an 11-year-old airplane that had its first flight in May of the year 2012. And it seems that there is another airplane coming this way. Bit of a pity that they a couple of heavies to the center runway already. Then again, it is typical KLM ATC style to do that. They have been doing it so often with the A380 as well. So in that sense, I would say it is typical. I say we still have to gather again at some point. Bring our torches and pitchforks. March to the ATC control tower and demand that the A380 from now on lands on the polderbaan instead of on center. Plane spotters have rights too, you know. And parallel landing by ducks. Also visible over here. Now, the next airplane to arrive should be a TUI A320. It should become visible anytime now. I think it is just about visible. That must be it. Aphrodite asks, how is the weather right there? Well, As you can see, it is overcast, it is a bit windy. A few teensy tiny droplets every now and then, but nothing to write home about. It's not raining consistently, nor am I expecting it to, that it's going to, but you can definitely tell that there is a lot of moisture in the air. Bit cooler than the previous days. (16, 17 degrees Celsius). Now this is a hybrid livery. It is TUI, but operated by Global X. So this is a sort of a hybrid livery between Global X and TUI. Flight 1532, arriving from Ibiza. 2 hours and 3 minutes of flight time right now. A320-200, 17 years old. First flight February 2006. Indeed, Ian. As soon as there's a lull, I'm going to take a swim over here in the water. Grab my cocktail, enjoy the sun. Speaking of which, don't have to remember to put on an additional layer of sunscreen in a minute. Well, that was just the one plane by the looks of it. I'm checking flight radar. I'm hoping that that A330 from Delta and that Dreamliner from KLM arriving from LAX are turning to the Polderbaan and not go to the center runway as well. Well, the Delta does seem to be turning, and it seems to be arriving parallel with an Embraer 190, so that looks to be coming this way. And Aphrodite says that the A380 is just a couple kilometers above Bratislava. Bratislava. Hey, goedemiddag WD Computer, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, my friend. Hope you're doing well. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, welcome as well. You're watching AMS Live with me, Boy. I'm standing next to the Polderbaan. As you can see, it is overcast. Don't think that's going to change anytime soon. We've had rain overnight and the occasional few droplets here and there, just occasionally. Parallel landings in progress. The wind is blowing from the south. Airplanes are arriving from the north, landing to the south. The next airplane to arrive on this runway will be an A330, and it looks like there is a 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from LAX following after it. Right now we're watching a Transavia 737 arriving from Porto, and behind it is an A320neo from SAS arriving from Oslo. Hey Han, goedemorgen kerel. Gerard, goedemorgen. Alles lekker heren? Now, where is that SAS A320neo? It is still in the clouds. Visibility on ground level 10 kilometers or more, but the cloud base is relatively low, so not optimally suited to see far in advance. I think we do see it appear from the clouds just now. SAS Flight 821 A320neo arriving from Oslo. Its current flight time is 1 hour and 24 minutes. A 6-year-old airplane that had its first flight in October 2016. And indeed, fellas, we are expecting a couple of heavies to the Polderbaan in a few minutes. A330 followed by a 787-10 Dreamliner. They're still a bit out to the north yet and not visible. Now at the moment again, a few droplets are falling. I can see a few droplets on the screen of my camera. Ooh, that sounds good, Paul. Nice birthday cake tasting. Enjoy. Martijn, goeiedag. Tim, goeiedag. Gentlemen, good morning. Right, the next airplane to appear. There it is. Delta Airlines Flight 136. It is an Airbus A388 and it is arriving from Detroit. Current flight time 7 hours and 3 minutes. The airplane is 19 years old according to flight radar. First flight was in August 2003. And Paul Tripod, hi people, hi to you too, Paul. Pauls and Peters in abundance. Let me see if I can wipe the screen of my camera a little bit. Oh no, let's not change that. Keep it at manual focus. Clean everything up as soon as the rain has subsided and stopped again. Right. So we do seem to be having a bit more of precipitation. Now also some specks on the lens I'm seeing. That's funny. I thought I could have sworn I had handkerchiefs with me. But I guess I didn't. Haha, that means very basic wiping the lens with. That's not optimal. Now this is KLM flight 604. Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from LAX. So what I am going to do now is take out my umbrella, weather it out a little bit. It's only going to be a few minutes, but at least that keeps everything a bit more dry. Let's see. Next up is going to be a German Airways Embraer 190 arriving from Newcastle, flying for KLM as flight 954. Embraer 190, flight time 54 minutes. The airplane is 14 years old, first flight January 2009. Now, as you guys can see, visibility is down a little because of the precipitation falling right now. Let me also have a quick look on the weather radar. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, it seems to be just the tail of a little area that is mostly passing south. And this is like the northern edge of it. Let me also consult another app. I think the majority should be over in a few minutes. After that I can clean the lens, hopefully give some clear footage again. It does seem that traffic is going to the Polderbaan once again exclusively, at least for the time being. Right, let's see, next up is going to be a Turkish Airlines 737-800, operated by Turkish Airlines, but it is Anadolu jet, arriving from Istanbul. That is 3 hours and 18 minutes underway. 737-800, 16-year-old airplane, first flight August 2006. I get the feeling that it is already slowing down a little bit, the rain. Listening to the rain on my umbrella. It seems that it is slowing down already. Next up is an A321neo, also arriving from Istanbul. They must have been flying behind each other all the time. Pegasus flight 1251, A321neo, flight time 3 hours and 17 minutes. 2-year-old airplane, first flight October 2020. Let me sneak peek, see what you guys are seeing. Oh, that's not too bad. Seems that most of the droplets are on my camera screen and not so much on the lens on the in front of the camera. Well, it sounds like it is almost dry again. Not sure if this is the end of all the rain. Let me do another. Well, judging the sound of the rain on my umbrella, it has slowed down already significantly. It's not dry still. Let me have another look, see. Yeah, it is basically the remnant, the northernmost tail of a little area that is for the most part passing from southwest to northeast over Brabant. Right. Now, I think we've had the worst of it. Now, I thought I had paper handkerchiefs with me with which I could wipe dry the screens. Unfortunately, I think I still left them at home, so let me at least give me something to look at by cleaning the camera screen a little bit with the sleeve of my hoodie. Do the same for the camera that is mounted, and right, aperture priority, it switched to a different white balance. Right, this is also good again. Can I read the chat? I think I can. Is it updating? We have a look on the computer. Power supply still dry. Everything is still working a-okay by the looks of it. Lens is also decently dry. Still a few small droplets obscuring my view on the camera screen a little bit. That is the biggest downside, because it really makes it difficult to see the airplanes when they are still far out. So let me wipe that again. Okay. Let's see, manual focus set to infinity. That should be good. Just in time for American Airlines flight 220. Boeing 787 Dreamliner arriving from Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas. 8 hours and 19 minutes of flight time. 2-year-old airplane. First flight December 2020. About to touch down. A little bit of spray and a little bit of reverse thrust is what we want to see. Now, up next is a Transavia Boeing 737. Transavia flight 5792, Boeing 737-800, flight time 2 hours 50 minutes. 22-year-old airplane, first flight March 2001. Okay, so there are a few droplets on the lens by the looks of it. Also still a few droplets on the camera screen. Let me see. Is that doable? Nah. Wipe the lens with the sleeve of my hoodie. Really stupid that I forgot to bring a towel with me. I think I still have it laying on the table next to my other gear. Embraer 190 KLM flight 1486 arriving from Humberside, now touching down after a flight of 44 minutes. It is a 5-year-old airplane, first flight February 2018. spot shot coming in. And also the American still in the background, on its way back to the gate. Now, thank you so much, Aphrodite, for a little bit of sunshine for me. Lord knows I could use some sunshine over here. Thank you so much for that. Right. Embraer 190 from KLM, arriving from Cardiff. Next up is need to Embraer 195. Arriving from Bergen, KLM flight 1186. Well, we keep having some slight drizzle over here. That is a bit annoying. Mostly annoying because I cannot see properly on the screen of the camera. Plus I'm wearing glasses, so that also affects what I can see. I think it is time to grab the umbrella once more. Let's have another look at the weather radar. I'm thinking we might be having a little bit of drizzle that isn't visible on the weather radar. But it does interfere with visibility and with the ability to film properly. So according to the weather radar, there shouldn't be any precipitation of significance falling right now, but you guys can hear otherwise. Let's see. Well, it's a little bit annoying. The weather radar says that it should be dry, but it clearly isn't. You guys can see that. The weather radar's also a bit unclear about how long this is going to last. Right, you guys can still see properly. That's good news. There are no droplets forming on the front of the camera. That's good news. It's just my view of on the camera screen that is a bit obscured by droplets. Let me see if I can wipe that clean a little bit. Right. Fixate the tripod. Right, A319 EasyJet now touching down, and the next airplane is going to be a Delta A330. Alright, well, things seem to have... It seems that the rain is almost over. Delta A330 just touching down. Well, looks like things have dried again. Right. Again, let me clear the droplets that have formed on the camera screen and on my phone. There we go. All right. Right, I think we're good to go again. How is the camera lens? Well, a bit smudgy, but I don't want to wipe the lens too much if I can avoid it, because you are risking getting scratches on it. So we'll have to make do with what we have right now. Right, focus is back, check. In the meantime, looking here, everything seems to be all right. Thank you so much, Jerry, for your super chat. Stay dry and thanks for the fun you provide. Well, thank you for your ongoing support, mate, and for the fun you provide. And Yunus is underway. Let's see, that was in about 30 minutes. Delta 144 from Seattle will be on the right hand side, 4-5 windows back. From the window, from the wings, if you shine your flashlight, I will make sure that we will film that. Flight 144 from Delta, right? Now Aeromexico is early. The daily flight 25 arriving from Mexico City is about to land next. Is my chat... I think my chat window is not updating. Reload. Again, a few droplets on the screen of my camera, obscuring visibility a little bit. And right, so got everything ready. Well, Frank, I have I have all the stuff lying at home. Now I also have a lens pen with which you can properly clean the lens. So once I get home, I will make sure it is properly stain and dust free again. But it's no good when you have the stuff at home and not with you. The droplets that were a bit more than I had anticipated, and I think I forgot to take the towel and all the other stuff with me. Right, is my chat on the phone synchronized with what I see on the laptop? Right, excellent. Right, so next up, Aeromexico. Where is it? There is it. There it is. Aeromexico Flight 25, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner, arriving from Mexico City, where it left 9 hours and 39 minutes ago. This airplane is 4 years old, first flight March 2019. Visibility seems to be improving as well a little bit overall, looking around me. So hopefully these were the last droplets. The only and last droplets of the stream. You can see visibility of the runway has also improved significantly. In fact, dare I say it, it looks like it is getting a bit brighter than it has been before. As if the sun might even... Now we have fresh water on the runway for spray, so that is very nice. Okay, Daniel has to go. See you later, alligator. Thanks for joining, if you're still around. Well, so quick update, big picture. This is the north. This is the east, this is the south, where the wind in the weather is coming from. So it looks way better than it did, and if you look this way, it's almost as if it is opening up a little bit. Bit hazy still an occasional droplet here and there, but we've had that all throughout the morning. A320neo EasyJet arriving from Dubrovnik. Flight time 2 hours 19 minutes. She is 5 years old. First flight June 2018. Tippy-toey, but solid nonetheless. Got the feeling that the wind has, or has it? I was about to say slowed down a little bit, but now it's picking up again. That was just a temporary lull in the wind. Wind is definitely still present. almost as if the chimneys are producing more smoke. Maybe that's just an optical illusion. Hey Roy, goeiemorgen. Is it still morning? Just turned afternoon. Ah, but in Manchester it is still morning, of course. Haha. Morgen. Right, next up is a Boeing 767 Icelandair Flight 500, today in the 767-300ER. Where is it? Too far to the right. There it is. Icelandair Flight 500, Boeing 767-300, arriving from Reykjavik, 2 hours and 36 minutes of flight time. It is a 767-300ER, 23 years old, first flight February 2000. And the flight arriving from Seattle is still 15 minutes out, Aphrodite is saying. So we'll have to look a few windows behind the wings. One of our viewers is on board, who will be shining the light. How awesome would that be? The first time it worked, a treat. So I'm very optimistic that we are going to see it as well today. That would make another beautiful thumbnail. Still minor drizzle. You can see that it is also producing a little bit of haziness in terms of visibility. Don't think it's going to grow into anything more substantial, but you never know. Summer in the Netherlands, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we've seen it all. Into holding pattern. Is it so busy with incoming traffic that they are using the holding patterns? I haven't been checking out the wider view. Let's see. Oh yeah, holding pattern over the North Sea. Interesting. Are they only using? They are only using the polderbaan, aren't they? But they're all. It's not only busy, but it seems that they are only using this runway for arrivals right now. Right. Lots arriving from Warsaw, but in blue air livery. It doesn't say anything on flight radar about this. Is this a special? Is this a rental? It is a MAX 8. Or is this just the new livery of LOT? And hey there, Grace Kelly, good to see you again as well. Hope you're doing well. So center is still closed. And it is heavy's time. It's not hammer time, but heavy's time. Can we see the next one? Or is visibility not so great? Don't think we can see the other one behind it. Or can you? No, not by the looks of it. Hey, congratulations, Roy, and thank you so much for your ongoing support there, mate. Whoa. KLM flight 751 777-200 arriving from Guayaquil. Flight time 10 hours 58 minutes. A 200 ER, 18 years old. First flight January 2005. Now, doesn't it almost look as if the sun is trying to creep out from behind the clouds? It's definitely brighter than it has been all morning. So that is good news. Means that hopefully it's going to stay dry for the remainder of the stream. Not sure yet how long I'm going to stay out for. I said it before, I intend to at least stick around until the arrival of the Emirates A388. But if it is busy and there are still a lot of heavies following it, I am going to stay longer. So will very much depend on the offering of inbound traffic. This is KLM flight 744 and it isn't a Boeing 744. Hey, wing fluff! Wow, look at that! Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh boy. So this 777-300 ER is just returning from Lima in Peru. It has flown 11 hours and 41 minutes, nearly half a day, ladies and gentlemen. A 6-year-old airplane that had its first flight in January of the year 2017. And a yellow Authority vehicle raced by now next up a couple of smaller airplanes, an Embraer 190 followed by a Boeing 737-800. So let me quickly see if I can update the ticker. Okay, runway 24 has been opened for departures, parallel landings according to LVNL at least. Even though it doesn't show right now. Okay, long METAR. Departures on runway 24 and 18 left, arrivals parallel, right. Okay, I've updated the ticker, runway usage and the weather. And believe it or not, the sun is actually creeping out from behind the clouds right now. We have an Embraer 190. Hey, Oh no, it is just the DAPRI. Let's see for chocolatory. That 15-year-old airplane that had its first flight in January 2008. Seen so many times before. Delta Airlines flight 144 inbound, Frank says. That is good news. We have a viewer on board, sitting on the right side of the airplane. 4 or 5 windows after the wing attaches to the fuselage, so we'll have to keep an eye out for a flashlight. I'm already getting excited. This is KLM flight 1598, Boeing 737-800, arriving from Rome after 2 hours and 3 minutes, now touching down. Indeed, Paul, flasher on board. And Paula, the Emirates is expected around 1 p.m, so 25 minutes or so from now, if all goes according to plan. Right, where is Delta 144? It is flying almost over land between Beverwijk and Alkmaar, entering the mainland. Number 4 or so. We'll be turning final shortly. Let's see, I think it's going to be number 5 for arrival. Crossing the coastline indeed. Vueling in the Disneyland Paris 25-year livery, arriving from Alicante, flight 1377, A320, 2 hours 15 minutes of flight time. She's 7 years old, first flight April 2016. That's probably the first special livery, with the exception of the chocolate cake we saw just now, that we are seeing right now. And isn't she a beaut? Very nice. And here too, a butt shot coming in 5, 4, 3. There we go. Spoilers down. Come on. There we go. Flaps up. All right. The next airplane is from Aer Lingus, Shamrock, flight 604, arriving from Dublin. A320, 1 hour and 9 minutes of flight time. 18-year-old airplane, first flight January 2005. Hey there Willy, goedemiddag, good afternoon. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime as well, welcome. You're watching AMS Live with me, boy. It's arrivals on Polderbaan. At the moment, parallel arrivals taking place. Center runway also being used. We're awaiting Delta Airlines Flight 144, now number 2 for arrival. We have a viewer on board, sitting on the right hand side. He will be flashing his flashlight. 4th or 5th window from behind, after the wings attached to the fuselage. So let's see if we can capture it. Last time we did it, it was quite easily spottable. Bird control vehicle in the background. And first up, E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Madrid, KLM flight 1700. 2 hours exactly flight time right now. It is a 1-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in October 2021. The wind is blowing mostly from the south. Not so much crosswind today as we've seen during earlier days in the week and last week. Okay, temper count says that it's still 30 minutes for the Emirates A388, so she's running a little late. But that's okay, we have plenty more to do in the meantime to keep ourselves entertained. There it is. Here's our next airplane. It is Delta Airlines Flight 144, Airbus A330-300 arriving from Seattle, Washington State. Current flight time of this airplane 9 hours and 13 minutes. It is a 19-year-old airplane. First flight was in March 2004. And I am going to see if we can see a flashlight just behind where the wings attach. I think I see your flashlight on. Right, now let's see what we can make of it. For me it was hard to see. Not sure if you guys saw anything. We do seem to be getting a few more droplets. Right. I think we might have to get the umbrella out again. Just a few isolated drops. Okay, think we can weather that. Although looking behind me, it doesn't look that well. This is what is coming this way. Nah, even though the weather radar doesn't say we should be having any rain, truth of the matter is it is actually beginning to rain again. Which means I have the umbrella out again. Let's see how well I can operate the camera with one hand. That was a nice wheelie in progress. Well, Yunus, let me look back the footage once I get home. If you shined the flashlight, then I must have captured it. I was only focused on the windows just behind the wing, but that doesn't mean that we didn't see it. Maybe I missed it. Now the weather radar doesn't seem to be very reliable today. There should only be a few droplets, but it is a bit more substantial. So once again, waiting it out. Maybe it's a good thing that the Emirates is delayed 15 minutes, or at least is delayed and still expected in 15 minutes. The downside of the current runway configuration is that we are not going to see the Emirates today, as it is very likely going to go to the other runway. Let's see, there's a Dreamliner from United arriving from San Francisco right now. Boeing 787-9. Flight 968. 9 hours and 10 minutes of flight time. 8-year-old airplane. Do see some more bright sky behind me where the wind is coming from, so I've got good hopes that it will get dry again within a couple of minutes. I can put the umbrella away again. Operate the camera with 2 hands. And hey there, Martin, checking in from Germany. Herzlich willkommen. So a bit more rainy today than I originally had hoped it would be. Top Air Portugal. Right. Christian says that the Emirates A388 is over Flevopolder right now. And indeed, Balweer, Aeolus capital. Got that right. Also, before it started raining again, it almost seemed like the sun was coming out, so it is really changing quickly as well. En goedemiddag Martin. Right, it seems that it is slowing down again. The brightness behind me is also getting closer by. Let me show you guys a little bit. This is where the wind is coming from, so I am expecting it to stop raining pretty soon. I think it is already slowing down a little bit. Now, will be interesting to see what the A380 is going to do. There is still traffic going to the center runway. I see a 737 from KLM arriving from Frankfurt that is going to land on the center runway. Hopefully it's going to be the last one. I'm sure, Jerry, if you are already skilled at repairing old barometers, that switching to clocks will not be that difficult. You probably need the same kind of tools regardless. So you probably already have all the equipment you need. Now watch repair, that requires fine motor skills. Repairing mechanical clocks. I don't think I would be the right type for stuff like that. Too impatient probably. Right, well, I think it is about time we can put away the umbrella again. Cleaning the camera screen and my phone screen as well, so that we have visibility again. Right, how's the camera lens? Looks the same. Right, we're back in operation. EasyJet A320neo flight 27888 arriving from Palma de Mallorca. Flight time 2 hours 2 minutes. Brand new airplane according to flight radar. Its first flight October 2022. Hey Rowenda, if you're still around, thanks for joining. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday and we will see each other again soon, no doubt. So, big picture wise, you can see that the dark clouds are north of me. This is looking to the east, this is looking to the south, this is where the wind is coming from and where the weather is coming from. Looks again much more open. Now, it was already mentioned in the chat that the Emirates A380 is going to go to the center runway. Unsurprisingly, I have to say, that's always the case. Almost always the case. Let's see, can I go back to the chat? Yeah. Alright. Chat now. Updating on my phone, I think it is. Right. Vueling A320 arriving from Valencia. Now touching down. Flight 8353. 2 hours and 3 minutes of flying. Sixteen-year-old airplane, first flight May 2007. And a butt shot coming in. And hey Gabriella, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. Let's see. 2 airplanes coming in for Polderbaan. This is KLM flight 1562. It is an Embraer 190 arriving from Genoa. Flight time 1 hour and 35 minutes. 5-year-old airplane. First flight February 2018. Now, hey, I thought that the Saudi Dreamliner would go in front, but I totally oversaw the A380. We heard some fireworks, or at least you might have heard some fireworks that were just being set off by the bird controller over there in the distance. First traffic to come this way is going to be KLM flight 1456, Embraer 175 arriving from Nantes. This is a 6-year-old airplane. First flight February 2017. Now touching down after 1 hour of flight time. Look at that. Another competitor for the wheelie competition. Beautiful. Still going, huh? Still going. Holy cow, that was a long wheelie. Just wondering if it is the same pilot that keeps making these wheelies when it is a long Embraer wheelie. Jerry mate, your timing of leaving is very poor. The A380 is expected to become visible in just a few minutes, mate. Now the next airplane to arrive is going to be the daily Emirates A380. Unfortunately, it will be going to the center runway. Emirates flight 147. Now, I'm not seeing it visually yet. I'm just scanning to see where it might appear. Now, in the meantime, talking about quick weather changes, you can even see that it is opening up and some patches of blue sky are visible here and there. I'm still drying up from the rain that fell just now, but that's how rapidly the weather changes over here today. Still scanning the sky to see if we can spot the A380, and there it is, magnificently appearing from the clouds. So this is Emirates flight 147 arriving from Dubai. is an Airbus A388-800. Its current flight time is 6 hours and 36 minutes, and it is a 9-year-old airplane. First flight June 2014. Now, ladies and gentlemen, look at the subtle off-white coloring, the tasteful thickness of the airplane. Oh my god, it even has a watermark. Still the old standard livery, not the updated tail, the ribbon tail. So, the Dubai Eagle has landed, and it will be followed by a Saudia Dreamliner for center, which I think is probably a bit more interesting to follow. Then waiting for the 737-700 that is coming to the Polderbaan next. So this is Saudia flight 215 Boeing 7879 Dreamliner. 5.5 hours underway, arriving from Jeddah. It is a 6-year-old airplane that had its first flight in March 2017. In the meantime, wind is picking up a little bit over here. Thank you for your kind words, Gabriella. Doing the best I can. Glad you're enjoying it. Hope everybody is. And Ton is absolutely right. Whenever I'm standing here, the the Emirates A380 will go to the other runway. People in the ATC control tower have good eyes. They always see me standing here. They think, oh, we're going to F with him and redirect the big birds to the remote air landing runway. And if they do that just to tease me, that is one thing. But I think it is insulting for all viewers of AMS Live that they keep doing this. Which is why I think we still have to gather one day with our pitchforks and our torches, demand more rights, more up-close shots. Right, at the moment a Boeing 737 from Transavia is coming this way, and a 737 MAX 8 from TUI is arriving on the other runway. Well, runway 22 tempo count is the one runway that the A380 cannot land on. So that would be like boycotting my own chances of filming it up close. This is Transavia flight 6114 arriving from Malaga, 737-800, arriving after 2 hours and 23 minutes of flight, 4-year-old airplane, first flight December 2018. And this is a KLM style landing, keeping up the speed, vacate late, sooner at the gate. Jean-Yves has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Jean-Yves. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. See you soon. Rick asks, will I be going live again tomorrow? Weather permitting. I'm looking to go out again in the morning. But if it is really rainy all the time, then I will probably skip tomorrow and go out hopefully on Thursday again, if the weather is good by then. TUI Boeing 737 MAX 8 flight 564 arriving from Mahon or Mahon. Not sure how to properly pronounce that name. Mahon. Not sure where to put the stress. Flight time almost 2 hours exact, and it is a 4-year-old airplane. First flight February 2019. Alright Rick, you enjoy the rest of your Sunday as well. Paul says 9:10 p.m. here, Gold Coast, so still early in the evening. Over here it is early in the afternoon. So that is an 8-hour time difference. I'm hearing something. Turboprop or something. All right, there is another. Oh, that's at 8,000 feet. Yeah, that's also too high. I'm hearing the turboprop, but I'm not seeing anything. But that is because the plane I'm hearing is flying at 8,000 feet, and that is above the clouds. What is not above the clouds is the first grebe of the day. Now, typically, as soon as they see that I point the camera, yeah. My thoughts exactly. As soon as they spot that I point my camera toward, it's a conspiracy. ATC moving away, the A380 grebes immediately diving under as soon as I point my camera towards them. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but this does have all the markings of ATC and birds conspiring against me. This is KLM flight 1156, Embraer 190 arriving from Gothenburg. 1 hour and 11 minutes of flight time. The airplane is 9 years old. First flight February 2014. Pronounce it like mayon. Mayon. As in mayonnaise. Mayon. Mayonnaise as the Dutch say it, mayo. Or mayonnaise in English. Paul, there are definitely fish in the canal. I haven't seen any myself yet. I do sometimes see or hear a tail of a fish just below the surface creating a splash, then seeing the ripples when I turn my head towards where I heard the sound coming from. There are definitely fish over here. Think Photo for You also mentioned that in the moods next to the center runway he sometimes sees people fishing. Yesterday or so I think I remarked that I never have seen people fish along this canal, and that is still true, but you could do it. And hey there, Elish, who is tuning in from Frankfurt. Herzlich willkommen. I'm also zooming out a little bit to see what is going on. Parallel arrivals. Just seeing what is coming. Mayo. Okay, Mayon. I have to say Mayon. We're getting there, slowly but surely. Now, not seeing multiple airplanes, unfortunately, from this view. Looks like there's a 777 arriving, still over the North Sea, but it is arriving from Panama City. Let me go back to filtering in flight radar, because it is a bit confusing to see what is what. Filter inbound Amsterdam. Okay, that removes some of the clutter. Still high humidity. You can see the little vortex, well, before the spoilers went up, from the edges of the flaps. And hey there, Pop Transit. Checking in from Krefeld, not too far away in Germany. Same weather. Luxembourg also had the same weather according to Guy. So much for nice sunny and warm weather over here. Although, truth be told, we did have that a few weeks ago, so don't think we should complain. Let's see. Well, LVNL still says 4 runways in use, 2 for departures, 2 for arrivals. Still parallel arrivals taking place. That is a bit unfortunate. Polski 001, you're asking a very specific question. I have no idea what day of the week is July 27th. And also I will not know exactly on what time I will go out, if I do go out on that day, because it is very much dependent on the weather. If it is pouring with rain in the morning and it is going to be sunny in the afternoon, I'm going to wait until the afternoon to go out. And vice versa, if it is going to pour in the afternoon, I will do an early stream. But what day of the week is July 27th? Let's begin with that. If it is a Tuesday or a Wednesday, then I will not be out. That is something I can tell beforehand. Thursday. Okay, well, weather permitting, I typically prefer, particularly during weekdays, I prefer going out in the mornings. Usually stay until 1:30 or so p.m. if I go out in the morning and start like around 9:30. So there is a big chance that I will be out there. But then of course the question is, are you filming inbound or outbound traffic? And that depends on the wind. During weekdays, I prefer going to the Polderbaan because parking during weekdays at Kaagbaan is a female dog. Let's put it family friendly. Another round of fireworks being set off by the bird controller. Happy New Year, ladies and gentlemen. Alex is already saying we're online, says lots of rain on the 27th all day long. So that doesn't bode well. Looks like maybe Thursday I'll have a day off from streaming then. Now I typically try to go out if the weather and my agenda allow to do so between Thursdays and Mondays. I always have my day job at Tuesday and Wednesday. All the other days I am theoretically available to do streaming. Now obviously I also sometimes have appointments with dentists and other stuff that needs to happen. Now if you like fireworks and you like driving in the vicinity of airplanes, maybe bird controller is the job for you if you're okay with not having a 9-to-5 job. They are working 24/7, so you have to do shift work, work weekends like today, Sunday. This person doesn't have a day off, but if you like fireworks, if you like shooting guns, if you like playing with the sound effects, this might be the job for you. If you like driving off-road vehicles. I do make it sound like a very attractive job, don't I? maybe I just put all this stuff on Marktplaats or eBay and start doing that. Nah. I like operating cameras better than shooting flare guns, although it does have its plus signs, firing guns. Right, E2 Embraer 195 and a triple arriving from Panama City behind it. Now parallel with the 777 will be an A380-200 flying to the center runway from Turkish, arriving from Istanbul. So this is another E2 Embraer 195. This time it is arriving from Geneva, KLM flight 1928. Underway now for 1 hour and 13 minutes. 1-year-old airplane. First flight November 2021. All right. The next airplane to our runway, 777-300ER, KLM flight 758 arriving from Panama City. Current flight time 9 hours and 32 minutes. It is a 2-year-old airplane. Had its first flight in January 2021. Lonnie has to go. Thank you so much for joining. Hope to see you again soon and enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Also present is Russell the Crow. No relatives with him, but he's here, overseeing everything from the lantern. High and dry, just like the way cats like it. Still very much windy, but don't think we're going to see any more rain. Now it does seem that Russell Crowe and his bros have found something interesting. So let's see what they are up to. Russell Crowe and his bros. You mad, bro? No. What are they doing? There's something else over here. They do seem to be having some food over there. Well, they are standing next to a field of wheat, so maybe some kernels have blown out, I'm not sure. That could be. Next airplane visible closest by is this Embraer going to the center runway. There's also traffic coming our way. Still a bit out, should become visible quite soon, so let me move to that. I think it is an E2 Embraer 195 coming this way. There we go. This is KLM flight 1192. It is an E2 Embraer 195. Arriving from Bergen. Not a lot of details. Let me see if I can do that again. Oh yeah, I think I might have had a momentary hiccup on the internet connection of my phone. KLM flight 1192, E2 Embraer 195, arriving from Bergen, 1 hour and 21 minutes of flight time, now touching down, a 1-year-old airplane, first flight October 2021. Hey there, Ian, checking in from Eastbourne, who says, my father and I visited the state in the NH Hotel Schiphol a few years back so that we could plane spot. Oh, loving the footage and commentary. Keep up the good work. I will definitely do that. Thank you for your kind words, my friend. Thank you for letting me know you're enjoying the content. I hope everybody is. In the meantime, the bird controller, so you get to speed and fire a gun all at the same time. How awesome is that? You and I are not even allowed to use our phones, have our phone in our hands when we're driving, otherwise we'll get a fine. This mofo just has a gun and shoots out of the window. What was it again? All animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. Right, let's see. It's a pity that all the time we have parallel runway usage. There's also a 777 arriving from Shanghai, but it is probably going to go to the center runway. Also not seeing a very big chunk of traffic coming this way. There is now flying over the province of Zeeland a 777-300 arriving from Sao Paulo. It looks like that is going to be the first heavy coming this way, unless they of course close the runway, the center runway in the meantime. Maybe some of the airplanes arriving from the east will go to the Polderbaan. Now the sun is even coming out from behind the clouds every now and then. You could see it just now, brightening up the livery. Over here, Vueling just touched down. And I am watching you. I think Qatar will probably go to 18C. You're absolutely right. Kalitta 747. Is that nearby? Ah, just in Dutch airspace. So there's a Kalitta 747 arriving from the east. There is a 777 now flying nearer by Rotterdam. Seems that the wind has turned a little bit more to the southwest. It's now blowing away from me. This is looking to the northeast. Let me update the ticker and also see what the runway usage is. or at least the expected runway usage. What is Bezoekbus saying? Zwanenburg. Let's see, it is now 1:30. Okay, so the expectation is that from 2 o'clock onwards, the Polderbaan is going to be the only runway again for arrival. So the Kalitta Air 747 will probably have landed by then. Current wind is blowing from 210 degrees with 18 knots. Just updated the ticker with the latest weather. Let me take you guys through it. But first, focus on the job at hand. The next airplane to arrive. Boeing 737-800, KLM flight 1010, arriving from London Heathrow. 39 minutes of flight time. 4-year-old airplane. First flight March 2019. The wind is definitely not slowing down. Oh, and that is a nice high pitch. Not a really competitor, but nowhere near as long as that little Embraer, who once again I think is so far the winner of the day. Now, and there is a 777 coming to the other runway. This is China Cargo Airlines flight 205, Boeing 777 freighter. It is arriving from Shanghai, where it left 10 hours and 28 minutes ago. The triple is already 13 years old. First flight March 2010. The wind is pounding on my camera more. So let me quickly enable image stabilizer. First time since I'm streaming that I have re-enabled it. It causes back and forth motions and up and down overcorrections whenever there's a little gust, but it does smooth out those little up and down jolts that the wind induces. In the meantime, let me see if I can quickly take you through the latest weather update. I just refreshed the ticker, so it starts with the weather again. This is an update from 11:25 Zulu hours. So that is 15 minutes ago. Wind is blowing with 18 knots from 210 degrees, varying between 170 degrees and 240 degrees. Visibility is 10 kilometers or more. Few clouds at 600 feet. Scattered clouds at 1,200 feet. Broken clouds at 1,500 feet. The temperature is 19 degrees, the dew point is 17 degrees, the air pressure is 1,004 hectopascal, and the clouds are becoming scattered clouds at 2,000 feet. Multitasking, reading out the meter and turning the camera with one hand. Right, now looks like, hey, this is good news, ladies and gentlemen. 737 arriving from Heraklion, not going to center. TUI 737 MAX 8 arriving from Karpathos also seems to be coming this way. Does that mean that this is once again the only runway used for arrivals? That means that there is a Kalitta 747 underway and a 777 also underway. Can we see? Yes, there we go. 2 airplanes visible, so it is clearing up a little bit. That is nice. Next up, Ryanair. Let's see how the landing is. Ryanair, of course, having a certain reputation. This is Ryanair flight 3006 arriving from Dublin, Ireland, Boeing 737-800. And that is very gentle. So also a nice rumble. Finally an airplane applying those reverse thrusters again. YouTube fan already confirming what I was hoping for. Qatar and 747 to the polar bound, so that is good news. We are going to see a few heavies and they are going to arrive quickly. Kalitta overhead Dronten, Frank is saying, so that is nice. Bird controller on the move, no longer photobombing the arrival. Nice Ford Ranger. Vueling flight 6814 A319 arriving from Florence in Italia. Flight time 1 hour and 45 minutes. The airplane is 16 years old. First flight June 2007. So far we've seen 1 queen and 1 king, and we are going to see a second queen soon. So ladies and gentlemen, if you don't have to go anywhere, stick around for that. The second queen of the day is already in Dutch airspace. This is Transavia flight 6876, Boeing 737-800 arriving from Heraklion in Greece. Current flight time of this airplane is 3 hours and 30 minutes. It is 7 years old. Its first flight March 2016. Definitely seems to have picked up over the last 15 minutes or so. Interesting to see so many changes in the weather so quickly. Boeing 737 MAX 8 arriving from TUI, and the next airplane is behind it. In the foreground, TUI flight 102, Boeing 737 MAX 8 arriving from Karpathos. Flight time of this airplane 3 hours and 37 minutes. And four-year-old airplane, first flight November 2018. I'm not a big fan of the way is that an ambulance? The truck. For a minute I thought there was an ambulance at the beginning of the cycling path, but I guess it was something else. I'm going to go back to filming without. Oh, this is a bit more shaky. I have a love-hate relationship with image stabilizer. I can already see that it is mitigating a lot of the little vibrations from the wind. It's just that following is much less direct. You have overshoots and overcorrections. But this is also not ideal. Okay, back to enabling it then. Right, two airplanes coming this way. In the foreground, Speedbird A320 arriving from London Heathrow. In the background, 777-300 arriving from Sao Paulo. So this is Speedbird flight 434, Airbus A320 arriving from London Heathrow. Current flight time 40 minutes. 21-year-old airplane. First flight November 2001. And believe it or not, but the sun is actually coming out right now. You can see it probably by the way the livery is illuminated. Okay, So it is an ambulance standing over there. Okay. Couldn't see it properly. I thought it did look like it. Oh yeah. Looking on my laptop screen, I can confirm it is indeed an ambulance. Okay. Two triples, double triple time, ladies and gentlemen. The visibility is improving. You can see them both. In the foreground, KLM flight 792 777-300 ER arriving from Sao Paulo. 10 hours and 44 minutes of flight time under its belt right now. 777-300 ER. God damn it. Even the camera gets blown to the side by the wind. 12-year-old airplane, first flight January 2011. Center closed, that is good news. Already started to look like it from what you could see in practice. It's good to have it confirmed. We have a special livery. Qatar 777, flight 273, arriving from Doha, FIFA World Cup livery. 6 hours and 19 minutes of flight time. 777-300 ER, 11 years old, first flight July 2012. Wind is definitely picking up. Ambulance for Make-A-Wish, that could definitely be the case. Didn't hear any sirens or anything, so that seems very plausible that it is for Make-A-Wish Foundation. That image stabilizer, I'm still EasyJet A319 arriving from Venice, flight 24071, gliding towards the glide slope. Airbus A319, current flight time 1 hour and 38 minutes. This airplane is 16 years old, first flight February 2007. David says the weather looks gloomy today. Well, brother, you haven't seen the earlier footage then. It is absolutely wonderful weather right now compared with what we've seen in the previous hours. It's not stereotypical summer weather. That is absolutely true, but we've had low visibility, rainy conditions earlier, and compared with that, you can even see patches of blue sky. Here and there. Also looking where the wind is coming from, much more open. So it could definitely be worse, and we have seen worse before. Now this is image stabilizer off, much more shaky, also not ideal. Kuwait Airways A320 Neo arriving from Kuwait City, 6 hours and 9 minutes of flight time, now touching down or about to touch down. Yeah, the shutter is not, makes the footage even less optimal. Image stabilizer then. We'll have to take the overcorrections with it then. Alright, well, Queen is number 3. Before it, Boeing 737-700 and an 800. First one is a 700 KLM flight 1974 Boeing 737-700 arriving from Budapest. Now touching down after an hour and 52 minutes of flight. 12-year-old airplane, first flight May 2011. You see the Queen in the top left corner. Before it is a KLM Boeing 737-800 KLM flight 1280 arriving from Edinburgh. It is underway now for an hour and 5 minutes. 15-year-old airplane, first flight May 2008. And there is the Queen. So I'm not going to follow the landing of this airplane extensively, just make sure it is on the ground. Maybe see if it makes a wheelie or not. It won't. Now we've all seen 737s from KLM before. Right, Her Majesty the Queen. Kalitta Air without the stripes by the looks of it. Flight 4205 arriving from Rzeszów. Oh boy, how to pronounce that name. She's underway for an hour and 57 minutes. She is 31 years old. Her first flight, ladies and gentlemen, was in June 1992. Is it windy, you might be asking? It is. Is there crosswind, you might be asking? There sure is. Looks like she wants to pass me left of me. That's another thumbnail. Choices, choices. This is not standard Kalitta, isn't it? Normally there's a stripe in the livery. Man, it is slowed down quickly. And even without reversers by the sound of it. And we are getting a butt shot of the 747 taking the first exit right here. I have to zoom out a little bit, otherwise I'm not even able to show you the entire airplane this close. There we go. Spoilers down. Will we see the flaps go up? We do see them go up. And up close. How about that? Beautiful. Flaps retracting. Up close. Butt shot of Kalitta Air. We'll see Queenie soon enough, but there is a Dreamliner trying to touch down. KLM flight 706 arriving from Rio de Janeiro. 10 hours and 31 minutes of flight time. 6-year-old airplane. First flight August 2016. They touched down. Airplanes, 6 engines, 3 airplanes if you count in the one taking off in the background. I think you might be right, Frank, that Queen sure wasn't heavily loaded, that's for sure. Time to watch the arrival of another Dreamliner. KLM flight 686 arriving from Mexico City. 9 hours and 38 minutes underway right now. 7879, 7 years old. First flight October 2015. Nicely illuminated by the sun. Hard to gauge the depth, but seemed those birds were not in the vicinity of the airplane, although still relatively close, of course, being adjacent to the runway. And a somewhat butt shot over there. The wind is definitely not slowing down. Let's see. What is it doing right now? Just checking. Flight radar. Still no gusts reported, just the wind 19 knots, 220 degrees. Picked up 1 knot. Got it updated in the ticker for you guys. Oh, tippy-toey, tippy-toey. Dreamliner. Right. That was a tippy-toey landing there. Here too you can see it bank quite severely. Wind is definitely getting a bit stronger and more crosswindy. Was more headwind earlier in the morning, now it is more from the side and also picked up in speed a few knots. This is an Embraer 190 from KLM flight 1174 arriving from Trondheim, where it left 2 hours and 2 minutes ago. It is a 9-year-old airplane. There we go, touchdown. First flight January 2014. Definitely more crosswindy. Looks like the smoke is blowing away from me, and that is pointing the camera at a 45-degree angle versus the runway heading. Another airplane struggling in. EasyJet flight 22163 arriving from Manchester. Airbus A319, 51 minutes of flight. She's 17 years old, first flight made 2006. beautifully illuminated by the sun momentarily creeping out from behind the clouds. Taking the first exit, butt shot coming in, ladies and gentlemen, in 3, 2, 1. That's a good question, Glee. Do you like Boeing or Airbus more? Time to fire up the discussion that cannot be won. I personally, in general, like Boeing a lot. But I have to say that I like the A350 more than most Boeings. With the exception of the 747-400. And of course the Dreamliner also is very beautiful. I really like the A350. I think it is the first pretty Airbus that they have constructed. That doesn't mean that I don't like the other Airbuses. But aesthetically, the A350 is definitely next level. KLM 737 in the SkyTeam livery, and we're going to see a few more 737s. Let's see. KLM, Transavia, what is coming next? More Transavia. Royal Jordanian arriving from Amman. Also nice. And a Gulfstream at 6,000 feet will be passing from left to right. I'm looking, oh no, that's quite far up north. That will probably land on the Oostbaan. Oh man. I have to hold the camera still or lock the tripod, otherwise the wind will blow the camera to the right. So the sun is more or less shining. Show you the big picture. Just a few spots of blue sky here and there. This is where the wind is now blowing from. This is pointing the camera to the southwest. Doesn't look like rain is coming. A few more openings, turning the camera more to the west. Looking to the south, clouds are a bit more dense, it seems. Then inward, looking to the east, the same thing. Turning the camera north again. Question temp account. I am not sure if 2.4 is 2.4 not a use for departures. I think landing on runway 2 2 is definitely something that might happen later in the day with prevailing wind. I'm absolutely inclined to think they might open up runway 22 for landings as parallel to this runway perhaps. Right, so here we have Transavia flight 5042 arriving from Kos in Greece, Boeing 737-800, left Kos 3 hours and 30 minutes ago. This is a 6-year-old airplane, first flight January 2017. Domingo, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Now, next up is going to be Royal Jordanian arriving from Amman, Airbus A320. Can we see further out? Yeah, the next airplane behind it is also visible. Royal Jordanian flight 151 arriving from Amman, 4 hours and 41 minutes of flight time under its belt right now. It is an 11-year-old airplane, first flight April 2012. Yes, Domingo, alles goed, definitely. Thanks for asking, hope you're doing well as well. Corendon 737 arriving from Zakynthos behind it. Looks like the Gulfstream 5 is indeed landing on the polderbaan, the Schiphol Oostbaan, arriving from Fort Lauderdale, Gulfstream G550. Few extreme corrections necessary there, but the last part seems to be going more stable. Look at how really the livery shines in the sunlight. Definitely some nice lighting conditions over there. Let's see. Got a few more heavies coming this way. Dreamliner from Egypt Air. Another 777 arriving from Shanghai. Also a departure that is a 747. Where is it? Sneaky sneaky little just took off from runway 24. Clouds are opening up a little bit. But not enough to see the 747 in more detail, unfortunately. Next up is an Embraer 190 arriving from Florence, KLM flight 1642. Flight time 1 hour and 38 minutes. The airplane age 7 years, first flight November 2015. Embraer 190 arriving from Florence. Tippy towing. Still a good landing. Updated the ticker, but I didn't have the time to take you all through it. Let me do that again, reload the ticker, and just to give you guys an idea of what is going on right here. This is Amsterdam Schiphol Airport, that's the code, AMS or EHAM. It is the 23rd today. This report is from 11:55 Zulu time, so that is from half an hour ago. Wind speed 19 knots from 220 degrees. The wind direction varying between 180 and 240 degrees. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Scattered clouds at 1,700 feet. Scattered clouds at 2,100 feet. Broken clouds at 4,200 feet. Temperature has increased to 20 degrees Celsius or approximately 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Dew point 16 degrees, and the air pressure is 1,004 hectopascals, and no significant changes in the weather expected in the upcoming 2 hours. Now, nice contrasting skies over here. If I zoom out and show you guys the west, bluish skies, open clouds, southwest, and turning to the south, southeast, east, more dense clouds, northeast, back north again. And hey Aphrodite, goedemiddag, good to see you again, welcome back. Now, the next airplane to arrive is going to be an A220 from Swiss. There's also an A320neo from EasyJet arriving, a regular A320 from TUI, and I'm also expecting a few heavies. Egypt Air, Dreamliner, and that is China Southern Cargo 777. airplane to arrive, Swiss. Flight 728, Airbus A380-300, arriving from Zurich, where it departed an hour and 3 minutes ago. This airplane is 5 years old. Its first flight was in October 2018. You're absolutely right, Aphrodite. It is much better weather in terms of how friendly it looks and in terms of precipitation, but the wind has definitely picked up. Absolutely. Definitely bit more crosswindy. Now, and looking over here in the water, don't see any water birds anymore. Think it is too wavy for them to stick around. But we did get to see all the water birds, at least at some point during the stream. We've seen a grebe that quickly dove under, several coots, also several ducks, Russell the Crow and his bros. I'm pretty sure I also saw Harry the Heron. Zen asks, what runway is this? This is the Polderman runway 18 right. Currently the only runway in use for arrivals, with wind blowing from the southwest, varying between south and west. Absolutely picking up. Absolutely picking up. The next two airplanes visible optically next to each other. The first airplane is going to be an A320 from Global X, flying for TUI, so that's another hybrid livery with the TUI logo on it, but the color scheme of Global X. Flying for TUI as flight 3002, A320, arriving from Antalya. Current flight time 3 hours and 41 minutes. It is an A320-200 that is 14 years old, and its first flight August 2008. Sam Ryan says hello from Adelaide. I say hello to you too, Sam. Welcome to the show. Hope you're enjoying. Hope everybody is. We've seen precipitation, some rain earlier in the stream, and now definitely more wind. The wind is definitely picking up. I think that the weather report is already outdated. It feels like the wind is intensifying over the past hour. Has continued to intensify. It wasn't wind still to begin with, but despite the windiness, we haven't seen any go-arounds today. So kudos to all the pilots that we have seen land airplanes today. Thus far they have all succeeded in one go, which is quite an accomplishment. have to move my laptop back in my laptop tent because it is getting swung forward due to the laptop tent shaking left and right because of the wind. EasyJet A320 Neo coming this way, flight 27890, arriving from Malaga, 2 hours and 24 minutes of flight time. A320 Neo, brand new, first flight in this month, July 2023, so brand spanking new. Took a little while, but here too, a solid landing, no go around. Although it was taking its time to properly set foot on the ground. Butt shot coming in. In the foreground, which begs the question, where is the bird controller? I'm not seeing any yellow pickup vehicles right now. Right, oh. KLM flight 1364, Boeing 737-700 arriving from Warsaw, an hour and 41 minutes of flight time, now touching down. 13-year-old airplane, first flight November 2009. If I lock the camera and the tripod, you can see how quickly the clouds are moving from one side to the other. If you guys still needed more clues that it is a bit windy. Chimney smoke moving horizontally away from us. Windmills are also spinning violently, generating a lot of wind energy today. Hey Sandra, goedemiddag. Thank you for your kind words. And over here, number 175, KLM flight 1910, arriving from Hamburg. No, sorry, Hanover. 44 minutes of flight time. Tippy towing, but solid. 7-year-old airplane, first flight May 2016. Shot coming in. Oh, wow, it looks like it is crabbing against the wind. It's not really pointing straightly back at us. Looked like it had to compensate for the wind during the taxi as well. Anyway, here's the first of the heavies I was waiting for. Egypt Air Flight 757 arriving from Cairo. 4 hours and 16 minutes of flight time, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner. 4-year-old airplane. First flight of this squeaky breaky airplane, July 2019. And again, birds in the foreground. Ooh, don't talk about the McSkipple. I'm starting to get hungry, folks. Could do with a McSkipple and fries. Right, in the top left we can see the 777 arriving from Shanghai. In the bottom right we can see a KLM 737-800 arriving from Naples in Italia. KLM flight 50. Hey, there's the bird control vehicle. KLM flight 1588, Boeing 737-800, now touching down after 2 hours and 10 minutes of flying. A 23-year-old airplane, first flight June 2000. Indeed, I can only have the McPlant Frank. Definitely not too bad, although I have to say I like the vegetarian burgers from that other franchise better. But they have their entire assortment in veggie form as well. They have every burger they have a vegetarian equivalent for it. So much more choice than the one with the golden arches. Meanwhile, the wind is relentlessly blowing over here. Let me quickly fixate the tripod. China Southern Cargo Flight 451, Boeing 777 freighter arriving from Shanghai. Current flight time 10 hours 37 minutes. It is 3 years old. First flight February 2020. more heavies back to back from Etihad and Qatar, 2 Dreamliners that are getting close by. Those are going to be the last airplanes of the day. I have been streaming now for 4 hours and 15 minutes. I am going to wrap it up after those two have arrived. So that means that there are still 5 airplanes left. And the first two are visible. In the foreground, A320 from EasyJet, flight 22921, arriving from Bristol. 51 minutes of flight time under its belt right now. A320-200, 7 years old, first flight March 2016. And indeed, Boyga King. Really haven't been to those places in years until they started introducing the McPlant and all those vegetarian alternatives, and particularly with the one mentioned in the chat, I like that they basically have a vegetarian alternative for all their regular offering. Gives much more choice than just having a single burger. Of course, variants where the non-vegetarian edition also has bacon has no equivalent for that, so it's just baconless. But still, I like how they basically made a vegetarian option for all the regular burgers. Well folks, it's surprising to see how all these airplanes are landing so neatly. Meantime, in the direction the wind is coming from, it seems like a more open weather type is coming this way. Surprised that my laptop tent and my secured power supply are still on my camping table over here. I have to sometimes give the laptop a little push back because it is moving forward because of the wind, slowly, occasionally. Hey Georgios, good afternoon from holy shit, Kalamata, where it is 43 degrees right now. Even if you cut that temperature in half, it is still warmer than what it is right here. Alright, Sunweb livery, says Misha. That is nice. Another special livery then. Transavia in the Sunweb livery from Heraklion, Greece. Boeing 737-800, current flight time 3 hours 38 minutes. In the top left we can see one of the two heavies that we're going to end the stream with. This is a 7-year-old 737. First flight of this airplane, February 2016. If you are unfamiliar with Sunweb, it is a Dutch tour operator. In fact, whenever I book a winter sport, it is often with them. The penultimate airplane of the day, Hey Ina, guten Tag. Ellen S, goedemiddag. Well, you guys are just in time to see the last two airplanes of the day. They are both visible in this shot. In the foreground we have Etihad Airways Flight 77. It is a Boeing 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Abu Dhabi. It is underway now for 6 hours and 31 minutes. The airplane is 4 years old. First flight August 2018. Behind it is a Qatar Dreamliner arriving from Doha. First, let's have a look at the Etihad. Always a nice livery, even the standard livery. Nice and shiny. And the sun nicely illuminating the livery. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to turn around the camera to see the arrival of the last airplane of today's show. It is going to be a Dreamliner from Qatar Airways, Flight 275, arriving from Doha. So this is Qatar Airways, Flight 275, Boeing 7878, arriving from Doha. Current flight time of this airplane is 6 hours and 16 minutes. So it was already in the air before we began the stream. The airplane is 9 years old. First flight was February 2014. And you are welcome, Yorkshire and Daniel. Glad you guys enjoyed the show and were there with me. We've seen a lot happen during the show. We began with grey weather, headwind landings, then some rain twice, had to interrupt the stream, hold the umbrella of the camera, and then the wind picked up, became more crosswindy, more wind, more sun. And despite the windy conditions, we're going to end the stream with 0 go-arounds. Maybe 1 or 2 came a bit close to maybe going around, but overall the landings have been top-notch. So kudos to the pilots. 2 Dreamliners arriving just now in the same shot. This is where we are going to end it for today. Thank you all so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining me here today. You've been watching AMS Live with me, boy. I had a blast and I hope you guys did too. If you like what you saw and you're new to the channel, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. I'm looking to go out again tomorrow morning, weather permitting. Big if always with the weather over here. If I'm not seeing you tomorrow, then hopefully I will see you again later today, or later this week. Thanks to everybody who was so kind to donate super chats, super stickers, super likes, memberships, or become a member themselves. Your support means the world to me. Thank you all so much. Be safe, take care, enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and I will see you all again, hopefully soon. I'm gonna say bye for now.